working. Hello, Siebes, Red King. Hello, Matthew. Sidechain from. Let's rename these things. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. We've got no input. This happened last time. Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Something like that. Bosh. Hello, Techum. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Red King. Hello, Siebes. Hello, Flo. My God, that's loud. Has something gone wrong? That lead sounds a lot louder than I remember it being. Hello, Tom. Hello, Lewis. Hello, Unique. Hello, Constantine. Hello, Stefan. Hello. Hello, Pelia. Sounds like Martin Eichen bass, does it? Well, I was going for Faithless, but I'll take Martin Eichen, I suppose. I did this ages ago. Someone just asked me to load up the session to show them. Was it you, Matthew? I've forgotten who asked. I've not seen it myself for a long time either, so I thought I would have a peek, tidy it up. Ah, I forgot to put those noises in. Those are just noises from a CPR. What's CPR? Is that copyright? That's defected pack, isn't it? Copyright, yeah. I think. Ah. Oh, so these were the sample pack stabs. Okay. I could probably make those. How are we doing? Hello, Scorpion. I'll let everyone get in. Hello, M. Hello, Lazy Cat. Oh, Matthew was asking about Mild Minds, and I thought it was... I didn't realise that was an artist. Yeah. I thought it was some kind of term for people with low ambition. Or something like that. Maybe it is, and that's where the artist got their name from. I don't know. How are we all? Do AI tracks have watermarks, Scorpion? Yes. Well, according to Ben Jordan, he has 100%. He developed a piece of software which is 100% accuracy rate, or near 100 or something. So I hope he gets to license it to Spotify, because he doesn't make any money as an artist from them. Although knowing these corporate giants, they'll have friends in tech that can probably just make one. Yeah, I'm not sure about an audible watermark, but there seems to be a digital one. I mean, there is an audible watermark to a lot of AI stems that I've been using. They seem to, I don't know if you've ever played with a diffusion model, like the visual diffusion models, like Stable Diffusion, etc. There seems to be an audio equivalent of that going on, where they seem to recarve the sound out of noise, because if you listen to AI vocals in solo, they seem to have like a chord resonance behind them, especially kind of leaking through in the higher frequencies. I've noticed. Seems like there's always a chord behind the vocal somewhere. The very faint resonance that rings, regardless of the vocal note performance. Or it's very hard to detect inside a. It's usually masked when it's amongst other sounds, but when you solo them, you can usually hear this. Anyway, yeah. So apparently they are detectable. I'm glad. I saw the Spotify thing. Have they deleted or are about to delete 75 million songs? Because that's a large chunk of their catalog. If they actually do go ahead and do that, that would be quite impressive. Hi, Phil. Phil Waterman in the house. How have you been? Yes, it has been a long time, I think. I'm sorry, I see about a few hundred names scroll past every week. So, I mean, every month. So, I'll take your word for it. Welcome back. Subspace Jet Witch is in. Hello. Just been into a fight with a mastering engineer. Oh, no. Pelia wants to show the Borderline project. What is... well, this will be a naming thing. AI stem splitting isn't good. That's part of the problem as well, Cat. Yeah, Lazy Cat. The if you get an AI track and then try to AI split it, if you don't get access to the original stems that it made the sound from, and you have to kind of deconstruct it as an output, then it gets even worse. Yes. Hi, Jinx. Hello. So first of all, I need to find out who asked me to look at this project, because if they're not here, I'm just going to save this and load the one Pelia's asked me for, as soon as I can find it, of course. I take it Borderline is something you've seen on my Spotify, Pelia. I tell you why I don't recognize the name is because I don't name them anymore. I finish the tracks, and then my manager puts them up. My manager is an absolute saint. He's credited on all my tracks as DJ Clips because that's how I pay him. Yeah, so DJ Clips does all of the admin, all the annoying bits, and he leads me to the music, which is an absolute godsend. But the problem is, he's the only one with access to he's got a full system that traces everything. He's developed kind of his own back end for this, so that we know every track, tempo, key, etc., remix, format. Was it done 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute mix, etc. He's got a back end that stores all of that, and also on that system, it tells him what the original name was that I called it, and then what he had to call it to put it on streaming services. So, because all of my names look like this. they're not very catchy. Let's just put it that way. So, take a random example. So this, for example, let's just bring that one in. This is called YNG. I'm coming, brackets, bass house, alpha, spot, inst, 124 BPM, F, Frisian. So obviously that can't go out like that. YNG is the name of the vocal sample. It's the one of the main parts of the vocal sample we used from Splice, so we can easily track down the and grab our license. Download the license from that's another thing that my manager takes care of. We download the license for it, and keep hold of that just in case we get any disputes. I'm coming is just something we remember from the vocal that's probably easy to remember and find. Bass house, the genre. Obviously, this is the date, 26th of the 1st. No. Oh, that's been a mistype. That's either 26th of December 24. No. It's actually a complete mistype. It's just 22nd of February 24 because I can see the date there. Alpha means it wasn't quite finished. Spot means it's a Spotify arrangement of it. And instrumental means no vocal. Oop. But I don't know what this went out as. Sometimes I remember them. Sometimes I don't. This might have been Badman. I can't remember, something in the vocal. But I have no idea what the instrumental went out as. So I'll have to find Borderline for you. I'll have to go on my own Spotify and find it. Oh yeah, send me a link. Send me a link. Is Splice the way to go for vocals? It depends on what you want to do. Lazy Cat. It depends on genres. It depends on all kinds of things, really. I find it really fast and easy for all your normal kind of housey. You know, if you need a proper songwriting, probably not. Best to work with a singer if you can find one that's gets the current climate of music, the current industry, music scene. I mean, if you're broke, where should you get vocals? Well, that's a very good question. Probably the hardest to get for free, isn't it? I'm trying to think of. I mean, the best place to get vocals, if you can't work with I suppose the best place would be work with a singer then. And then, but as long as you can find, the reason I say if you can find a singer that understands the current music scene is because a lot of the DJs I work for right now are struggling to find vocalists. Not in the sense that there aren't any out there, but the ones that are, see what happens on the back end of the industry is there's lots of vocals floating around, sometimes with an agency, sometimes with a record label, sometimes with a management company. And they get shopped around, and you get sent these either private links to private servers, or there'll be like a private SoundCloud batch of like 5 to 10 vocals, and they'll say all these vocals are up for collaboration, for sale, whatever. Pick which ones you want to use, and we'll get in touch with the artist and see what the deal is. And a lot of my DJ clients are. They might use one of these vocals, make a really good track around it. Everyone gets really excited. The management, the label, oh, you've done an amazing job, etc., etc. And then the vocalist comes in and says, "Amazing, I love it. Can I have £8,000 up front, please?" And you're like, well, that's what about. If we were going to split it 50-50, because sometimes the traditional way of splitting a contract is 50% vocals and lyrics, 50% music. So if it was 50-50 and they want £8,000, that's you know, like that's like a 6 million, 5 million stream track. And what they all seem to fail to recognize is that you've technically done 8 grand's worth of work making the music to that vocal. So they don't seem to ever account for that, which is strange. Anyway, so yeah, just sort of a small rant about certain vocalists right now. So all the risk goes on the producer or the artist putting the track out, especially if they have to pay out a vocalist in advance. And of course, people are used to record label advances now, but that's all gone away. One of my clients, I told one of my clients off recently. He signed a deal with, they're not a big label. They're fairly famous underground. I won't say who it is, but they don't put out like big tracks. They're kind of famous undergroundy tracks, but they offered, and he signed £300 as the advance on a single track. It's just a club track. I mean, it's not exactly a big club bagger, but the problem was the term was 20 years. So he signed the rights away to a track for £300, £300. It's about $400 for everyone else. For 20 years, which I think, I don't care what the label is. They're not going to do enough promotion or enough work to make 20 years worth for $400 worth it. I don't think. Anyway, so how do we get on that rant? Oh, vocalists and what do you do if you're broke? That was it, wasn't it? Yeah, I try and find a vocalist that's like on the up and coming and hasn't got greedy yet. Is willing to take risks the same as you are and grow a brand, probably. Depends what kind of vocals you need. If you just need the odd loop and stuff like that, there's probably stuff out there, like on, I don't know if Looperman has, the free Looperman, those kind of free websites that do free loops. I presume there's an AI service. I can't think of a free one, but there's lots of free where you can sing in your own terrible vocals and it gives you quite a good vocal back. But they're all paid services as well right now. If you could take advantage of any of the free credits on things like Suno, Udio, you don't get the best quality vocals, and it's hard to direct them to do exactly what you want. But you can get some. I'm getting sent a lot of like foundational vocal ideas from AI at the moment. We kind of make the track around those and get someone to re-sing them, but I don't think a lot of people would care if they were re-sung in some cases, to be honest. Oh, Phil, was that you about Lowstepper? We can probably look at that, yeah. So, 1 second, I've been on a rant. I'm trying to find the person who asked me to show my this Insomnia tribute. And if they're not here, then I'll find what Pelio was asking for, and then we can look at Lowstepper as well. In fact, let me get a piece of paper. And then I can remember what we were going to do. I've just realized something. If Pelly, if you're going to send me a link, I don't know if I think YouTube grabs links. You might have to kind of spell it out or split it up into, type out the .com bit or something. Borderline. It does ring a bell. And Lowstepper. What was the track, Phil? The Lowstepper. Oh, you've lost 15 stone. Yes, I remember you very well, Phil. We actually spoke on Discord or Skype, was it? Let me turn down this lead. Even though I've turned down the master by 9 dB, this lead is still too loud. You can tell how much I was relying on the clipping. I suppose it is a big moment in the track, but for this stream, I'm just going to just turn that down a little bit. For the sake of the stream. It's automated, so I can put it back to its original level. If I just saw Sieb's response to how to get vocals for free. Learn to sing. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's Got the Funk with Lowstepper, wasn't it? Right, okay. Right. Does anyone do the arrangements in the session view, Red King? It's hard to do a full arrangement in the session view. It's good for triggering live. The problem with session view, it's possible, but it's there's one big restriction that I can think of that stops me doing it. That's transitions. It's very hard to do things that cross over the bar, things that start like half a bar before and then cross over next. Things that you would kind of place in between bar lines on a normal arrangement view. Not really possible. Well, it is possible. It's just a lot more awkward to trigger on arrangement view. Also, automations on groups isn't possible. And I do a lot of that. But I suppose that's not really part of arrangement. Depends how much of your effects are in the arrangement. It's possible to get a basic outline, though. That's how you can... It's a great way to kind of brainstorm quick ideas. Oh, I should check this view, actually. Did we do anything on this? I don't think we did. No. Why can't I scroll? There it is. Nothing on this one. I've been doing a lot more of it recently, but it's more just to get the initial idea down, and then we arrange in the arrange view. Don't actually arrange in the non-arrange view. If I'm ever planning a live set, though, it all goes in session mode. But yeah, 15 stone, Phil, that is massive. That is massive. I was proud of doing, I did 3 stone in 6 months. Pretty much purely on diet change alone. And I did it in a way that was maintainable as well, because I've maintained that since. 15 is huge. I mean, I remember the last half a stone being really hard to get rid of. Dust down from 2.5, the 2.5 to the final 3. Hell knows what 15 was like. Well done. Well done. Is there a video about vocal production? Maxi. For a genre like bass house, dubstep. What is the vocal production style in bass house and dubstep? I mean, it's quite a variety in the ones I can think of, really. I suppose a lot of sped up effects is quite common. The truth is, a lot of people just kind of find the samples as is. You don't really need to... I don't tend to touch a lot of vocals these days very much. High pass filter, some spot echoes, sidechain. I'm quite lazy. If you're producing a raw vocal, that's very different. Like one that someone's actually recorded and handed to you with no effects on. They usually require a lot of work, as do most acoustic sources. Hello, Hypo. Thank you for correcting me on, I think I was calling you Hippo for the last 2 years, or however long we've been streaming. Hypo. Makes sense. At least I'm not as bad as those Peloton readers, right? I don't think I've fallen for any really bad ones or super mispronounced anyone in a major offensive way, other than yours. I think I'm doing okay for someone who's mostly monolingual. Jungle Rhythms needs a few extra stones. Oh, that'll be the heroin, mate. I would cut back on cut back on that. Sorry for my prejudice, my presumption there. It might be something else, but seeing as it's a dance music community, and I'm just making a presumptuous joke there. Hopefully didn't offend too many people. I'm trying to find the person who asked for... I suppose it doesn't matter because he would have... no crack or smack. Oh, fair enough. Yes, the vids go up... oh, sorry, Red King's already answered you. Yep, the vids go up after the stream automatically. Blank poster. Welcome, by the way. I don't think I've said hello to everyone. I suppose it doesn't matter who asked for the Insomnia recreation tribute breakdown. Oh, there we go. It was Trias. I've not seen a Trias in chat yet, so I think we'll move on to... Right. Pelula, did you send me the borderline, or do I have to go find it? Let me have a quick look. If I just type in Bthelick borderline, see if I can find out which one. There it is. Yeah, I've got it. I've got it. What is this one? Oh! The Desi Sonics project. Right, okay. That's mostly just a splice sample, I think. This was... So I'm helping Yeah, we could show that one. That should be nice and easy. That was done in about 30 minutes tops, I think. That was a super quick... It was more of a demonstration piece. Someone is doing an Arts Council bid. This is part of a demonstration of merging South Asian sounds with house. Well, electronic music in general, to be honest. This was a quick... what were we discussing on? What was this one? What is it called? So we got Dolls, Tablas, vocal sample, which I'm quite sure is from, and the string sample, which is from Splice. What's the key? Let me find the key. That'll be the fastest way to find this. That's another. Is that E? My ears are... No, it was F. Okay, it's F. So something in F Frisian. House tempo. Let me just type F. Did I correctly label it Frisian? No. So it might just be F minor that's been put in. Oh, something's gone very wrong here. Why would it only show me that I've only ever done one track in the history of my entire efforts in F minor? This is not working. Thank you, ICZ. You're very welcome. What's going on? Is it... No, just label it FM. Okay, right. Right, so it's fairly recent. Went up about 6 months ago on YouTube, which means it was probably in the queue for about a month or two. Because the post-Christmas queue is pretty... Oh, so here... Right. So here's where the backing came from. Merapaya. Excuse me, I don't speak either Punjabi, Hindu, or Pakistani. I'm afraid. Is it this? Well, this is the template. So did we? So it's definitely that one. It's just an instrumental version of that. Yeah, it just has to be. Okay, so let's look for Not Marashuta. Okay, so it's just those two. Let's have a look. It's under Aziz. Yeah, that's the one of the artists I'm helping them out with the music for. Arabic Tech House. Is it this idea? It might be this. Let's try and load that. 124. I'll save the Insomnia tribute for... oh, that's Live 12. I'll have to remember that. We'll call it a tidy up session. Right, let's try... Actually, I need to make a new... I need to call this live 0925. Make sure nothing gets saved over by accident. I've done that before. Right, let's put one blank audio track in and then just delete everything here. Right, what happens if I just drag this over? Oh, yep. This is literally how fast it was. Oh, okay, so this is just the idea. Trying to rework a classic. Have we done this? Oh, okay, so this has got a date on it. This might be the actual arrangement that was released. Unless DJ Clips actually put the arrangement together. We'll soon find out. Oh, no, this looks kind of... Ah, here we go. No, this is it. Right. Hell yeah. So we can delete the original stems. Oh, no. We'll keep the group. That's 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh no, I can delete that group. That's fine. Yep. I'm still sidechaining here. Okay. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Yep. That's all working. Just checking my microphone sidechain still working. So what's the deal? Looks like a Mark Knight kick. Very deep, that one. That's actually semi-pitched. So that's hitting an F. Quite rare for me, that. If we pitch that up, let me just check. Let's put the kick up an octave. See if we can hear the... Yeah, that's basically an F. When you've got a pitched kick like that, it means the rest of your drums, well, low end has to do less work. We've got a subline on this one. We'll come to that. Actually, let's do the subline next, because that's the foundation. Oh, it was a sample. It was a sample. Oh, from the same pack. There we go. It was just... Yeah, the conversation around this was just... what were we listening to? Was it Chris Lorenzo? It was... I can't... Or was it Chris Lake? I seem to remember... The whole premise was... My manager was asking me, what could we do... It was around the idea of what would be your very first... If you were a DJ with no... you know, you're not your first. What would be your first tech house track? What's the easiest approach? Kind of non-musical approach, without getting into too much music theory. And I always think it's these kind of sub rumble, sub bumpy, sub kind of type tracks are the easiest to do, because as long as you've got something deep and busy going on, it doesn't. You can kind of get away with quite a lot over the top if that makes sense. So this sample was already yeah, this was ready to go. Kick and bass. Excuse me, I got hiccups all of a sudden. Take a glass of water. As you can see, I have... I don't even think this track was mixed. Excuse me. There's the emergency limiter, not turned on. Ozone. Oh only the maximizer, not the, but yeah, it's not even on. I had to turn the master down by 3 dB, apparently. It was all too much. But yeah, that's just, so I didn't even sidechain that because it was already done. I mean, part of the talent is spotting when the sidechain. Hopefully you can hear that's a dum da dum da dum ba dum ba dum ba dum with all the first notes being chopped off by a sidechain. If you want to make that, by the way, for anyone wondering, so you don't have to find a sample. It's a sine wave, slightly distorted by the sounds of it. What am I doing? Why am I searching sine wave? Let's just grab good old Vital. It's literally just this. It just sounds like starting C0, is that right? It's something like these distance, apart from this distance, I can hear it's a 1 and 5. This distance doesn't really matter. You might need to choose your, depending on what kind of groove you want. You might want some gaps in there. I think I can hear gaps. But those are your notes. I think it might be a normal G. Just a 2, not a 3. 1 and 5, anyways, your main notes, your fundamental, and this bounce off note is a 5 in whatever key you're, and then you just go sine wave and probably put some drive on it like that. Take some attack off so you don't get those clicks, because you're going to get sidechained anyway. And then heavy amount of sidechain. You monitor the monitor this with the kick. So let's do that. Yeah, we're not even clipping. Why are we not clipping? We should be clipping. Have I just fluked it? We are getting some horrendous spikes, but not actually enough to send it over. Oh, that's interesting. Are we at full 0? Huh. Normally that would distort, wouldn't it? I mean, it's going to distort when vocals are in and things, but interesting. I was going to sidechain that. I mean, we still should, for the sake of safety, headroom. That's not obviously the final shape. You would need to find out what the shape of your kick is. We've done this many times before. I might even argue I don't want the tail on that kick. It's a bit long. Depends how much work you want. Again, you want the kick to do. But I could actually chop the kick off here. You know, about halfway. Most of it's done by then. Then we know we can safely have the bass after that. So any kick that's pushing right towards the max like this, I wouldn't have any bass at all. You wouldn't. Because the kick's already pitched, remember, so psychoacoustically you're still hearing the F. Anyway, that's all you need to do for as for the rest of things. Was there anything in particular you wanted to know, Pelia, by the way? I presume bottom end was one of the first puzzles. I think you mentioned the bass, right? There's no effects on any of this. Tabla loop, also in F. Some busy Fitness. One of them is just called a Brazilian Party from freesound.org. So that's a free vocal sample. Just general background ambience I wanted. When you're dealing with very minimalist tracks, not a lot of elements, it just kind of helps. It makes it sound more like a sample. If you, it's kind of like a legal version of a sample. Makes it sound like you grabbed a loop off another record or something. This technically is a tiny bit of a sample. This is a bit of the crowd, a percussion from a stem of the original live performance, but buried in there. Dull. And then, yeah, this is all... This is just a splice sample I've chopped up and stuttered and been sidechain on the group here. But most of the vocal to string chop was already done. Unless I said... There are... The separates might have been available and then I just spliced them together. I can't remember. It's that simple, really. Various tricks from my DJ rack, chopping, filtering, nothing really complicated or special. What's this? It's a da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, it's it's a free harmonium, which is an Indian keyboard instrument where it's somewhere between an organ and an accordion. They have to kind of pump air into it at the back with a lever, and they play with one hand. And it sounds a bit like if I take the gate off, sounds very similar to an accordion in a way, so it's slightly different. So I'm just using that 3 octaves of that on F. There's no chords here. They are sometimes used for... there's a lot of drone music in classical South Asian, isn't there? So this is kind of me doing a trance version of a drone. I've put the free gate on the... that's actually just the default pattern on trigger gate. Sidechained, fake sidechain, enveloped, whatever you want to call it. Filtering that, using it as a build element. Vocal throw. Ton of Dragonfly reverb on it. Snare run. What's the snare? Combination of 3. What have we got? 99 from, looks like a Mark Knight pack. And then those 2 are from Kashmir. Volume 3, if I remember rightly, because that's the only Kashmir pack I usually use. Very useful. Yeah. Very simple track overall, just lots of percussion. Oh, what are we doing here on the... Oh, so I've used overdrive and sidechain to crank this tabla. And I've put it in a small room using Proto-Verb. If you've been around for a while, you'll know I like Proto-Verb as a small room, realistic room generator. So that's just cranked with an overdrive. Probably just make it cut through because it's the main element that runs all the way through, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, just literally an idea that went out, not technically finished in any way. Interesting. You should ask about that one. How did you come across it? Simple is hard to make. Yes, Red King, I agree. Obviously, a lot of ear training in recognizing what's going to fit together, etc. But that's just years. You know, that's just years of trial and error. Nothing you can't do. Evening. It's evening here. Where are you, Yebby? 1 p.m. where we are, apparently. So you're on a quarter of the way across the globe. So you would be. I'm just trying to think of my time zones. Is that America? Somewhere in the Americas, north or south? How far across are you? I know America's got about 6 time zones. Or is it more? If you press the keys of a harmonium lightly, it has a cool pitch bend effect. Oh, yes, because the air's coming through, yeah. Yes. Something a lot of the plugins don't, or the samples don't really recreate, unfortunately. Yeah, like the half press valve of a woodwind or brass. Yeah. I've not played a real one for. I mean, I never really played in terms of owned an instrument, but I've only ever touched a real one once, probably. Trying to think who had one. I did do a lot more work with an Indian producer back in the day, mostly R&B, hip hop crossover stuff. Oh, you're UK. Oh, sorry, that's Cook. I just read. Oh, Texas. It was America. Yes. Welcome. Where are we all from? Seaton's having problems with procrastination. Oh, yeah. I mean, aren't we all? I'm so automatic with the music these days. I don't really have a problem making and writing music. It's just one of them things. It's people think it's a creative flow thing. You have to be inspired to create. I don't think that's correct anymore. If you practice it, you get better at it and you get faster at it, and it just gets easier. So I actually find it quite easy to make music. So at the moment, the procrastination is a real problem with the videos, because I'll probably have to. I'm still not very good at making videos. I use the free DaVinci Resolve software. So at some point in a week, I will probably have to look up a tutorial on DaVinci for some simple effect. And then, 2 hours later, you realize you've watched another 10 YouTube videos that weren't related to DaVinci Resolve. So, so the entire what would you call it? The format of easy to access media now for me is between the phone and YouTube on the PC or etc. Very hard. Red King's a Geordie. Why I? It's a terrible Geordie. Why I anyway? Hello. Antoine is France. Math is Lake Superior. Or is that Superior region? Ukraine, Pelia. Oh, hello. Yes. DC, Dan Gray. Hello. I did learn what Washington DC stood for the other. It was in I do try to test my geography every now and then. And I've forgotten already. Now you've just said DC. I know you're talking about what? Are you talking about? You're not talking about Washington DC, are you? Or are you? So you've got Florida, Italy. Hello, Alex. Fernando, Spain. You got Suffolk, Essex, Cook. Why I pet? District of Columbia. Hello, Nate. Up top there. Pip the Squirrel. Hello, New York. Can I make a dark, wobbly tune? Washington without the DC is on the, yeah, it's in the west, yeah. On the left there, as I'd look at the map, yeah. Oh, you are talking about Washington, DC, yeah. For some reason, I'm thinking there's another DC. District of Columbia is the DC. That's right. Sorry, Nate. Yes, you're not telling me where you're from, yeah. It's only a district, not a state. It's the capital, isn't it? Yeah. Always very confusing. Nate's from Philly. Ah, right. Okay, Philadelphia up there, yeah. I do know my 50 states. It depends how recently I've taken a little geography test, depending on whether I can spot them all. I certainly couldn't tell you the capitals of all of them. South Africa for offense. Is that how I say your name there? Like offense, but offense, or is it offensy? Yeah, I just thought for some reason that because I'd done that District of Columbia, yeah, because I'd done that geography test, I just suddenly thought Columbia with its own, but no, anyway, yeah, sorry, getting very mixed up. Washington, there's a Washington in the northeast of England. Well, of course, yeah. I mean, America's names are very unoriginal when it comes to basically between us, Spain and France, we just went over there and then called everything the same as what it was called over here. Sometimes with a new in front of it. Our York is very different to New York, however. Right. So, yeah, hopefully, Pelio, that showed you everything you need to know. Phil, are you still here? Should we look at Lowstepper? Should we get, is it demonetized time? New York was New Amsterdam. Ah. Jorvik. What's named Jorvik? Oh, York. The original. Hey, Phil. Yeah, okay. What was your question on Lowstepper again? Got the Funk. It's demonetized time. I will not show you what I just typed into YouTube by accident. It wasn't funk. The internet has really ruined us all, hasn't it? Stomping. Oh, don't buffer on me. Come on. Siebes, yeah, I'll come back to you. Yep. Main hook synth, Oh, that was it. LFO or something else. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Let's make the wap 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 wap. The wap wap. Let's have a look. Do, do, do. Wap 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 wap. Right. Let us I'm going to be, yeah, that's fine. Just grab that for me. Come here. Let's just, I don't think, have I got it actually? Is it anywhere on my reference drive at all? No. Apparently not. So let's just grab this. Into Bthelick folder references. There it goes. I like having it available to drag in. Give it a minute. Should be done by now. There we are. Okay, let's just remove this lot for now. So it sounds sawtoothy, detunedy, resonant filtery. Whether it's an LFO or it's triggered, don't think it matters. It's a triplet rhythm. So they're all even notes apart. So it's not that would be 3-3-2. It's not that. It's just absolute triplets, quarter triplets. This would be split into. So 3 every kick. Oh, I've got some automation on the master here. Let's just make sure there's nothing on. Okay, turn you off. Oh, I forgot. We had -3 on the master. That's why we weren't clipping earlier. So, yeah, it would have needed sidechaining anyway. I showed it regardless, didn't I? On the borderline track. Yep, okay. So, first attempts. It sounds like quite a coarse detune. What note is that? C sharp. So the track's in, I think that's on the 1, isn't it? The bass line's going 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, C sharp. Disco. The bass is playing 1, 1, 2, 2, 3 in octaves, and this is just holding the 1. So something like let's put it steep and let's go ladder for squelch. And then I don't think it's an LFO like this. We need quarter triplets. That's too high anyway. It's not going that high. Is it bandwidth, or I mean, is it bandpass, or is it presume it sounds kind of, if it is, this is what I was trying to explain in the chat, in the comments, Phil. If it is an envelope, it sounds more kind of slow attack, fast release. I don't know if it's... The question is, it's not held though, is it? I don't think. Oh, there's another sound underneath it as well. On the 7. Oh, that's the vocal. So the vocal's echoed off on the same rhythm, which is confusing. Let me just check in mono and stereo, see if we can hear any extra details that the track's covering up. Oh, it is triplets. Subspace. They're just very late on the trigger. Yeah, so the vocal's not in the mono, in the side channel. Sorry. Obviously, side chain a bit as well. It's only catching the first one because the triplets don't line up with the second kick. Quite possibly distorted as well. I don't think I'm hearing any octaves, am I? Hard to tell with a saw wave, or similar sounds to a saw wave. Is it on its own anyway? Oh! Ah, sorry. I should have just looked further down. Here we go. Oh, so it's on a manual time. So it's on what's the tempo? Let's just work this out. We can actually get the time, can't we? Let's work out the tempo first. Let's say that's close enough for jazz at beat 1. Go away for a minute, Vital. So there's 1 bar. It's 128. So we do 60,000. That's the number of milliseconds in a minute divided by 128 beats per minute. That gives us 1 beat. We want 3. We want 2 beats divided by 3. 312-ish. Should give us triplets at 128. I know I could just measure it in Ableton, but for those that don't have Ableton, it's useful to know that you just divide 60,000 by so we go 312-ish. That gives us that about that. I know I still haven't got the sound yet, by the way. Is it just extremely detuned? And then there's an octave, isn't there? This reminds me of the old Helicopter track What was the helicopter track, anyone? Trance Days? Early 2000s, late 90s? I'm sure it's just called Helicopter, maybe. So there is an octave. So down. One saw wave down an octave. And it is just filter, because I can hear when it's low, there's still a note there. So all the character is in the filter. And that's why the track I'm thinking of was called Helicopter, because when you speed up, you end up with... let me turn the piano off. Right, so it isn't a bandpass filter. It is just a low pass, because I can hear the... So we just need to find a... Maybe it's... Yeah. It could be... Oh, do we need to reach for Serum? Is it the only thing Vital doesn't have is 18 decibel slope filters. It's either 16 or 24. It sounds like it's somewhere between somewhere between 18 and 12, doesn't it? Is it? I'm trying to work out if it's a high voice unison or low, because it's when you get these very nasty sounding. The higher voice you go, the smoother it sounds. So sometimes you actually want a lower voice, as if it's just a few oscillators. In fact, it might be individual oscillators. It might not actually be programmed with. It's that kind of thing, anyway. There's definitely... Oh, I think I know what I'm hearing. It sounds like it's got... what's it called? Is it Tolos? Not this particular effect, but it sounds like it's got amp distortion on it, like a guitar amp. It is a similar sound to Zombie Nation, yeah. Jungle. The LFO is doing phase distortion too. You mean a second LFO, UK Skate? You mean that's what's causing the distortion? Is that what you're hearing? I'm hearing like a guitar amp style distortion. I don't know if I'm hearing phase distortion. That would sound harmonic like FM, wouldn't it? Are you hearing like... What are you hearing it on? Phase of what? Just the actual phase? Actually, let's not do that one. Are you hearing this kind of thing? Let me put this in the middle, actually. Oh, that's randomization, sorry. Let's put this in the middle, 180, and then... Are you hearing this kind of phase distortion? Oh, we need to go bipolar, don't we? One sec. Just hear it on the one. Or is that the octave you're hearing? It is very azido, the bass as well, yeah. Are you saying the phase distortion is causing the octave? Like that kind of thing? Or a kind of phase distortion from FM of the octave? Because that could also be an option, couldn't it? Ring modulation. Or both. Anyway. I can already tell the distortions inside of Vital, unfortunately, won't get us to the distorted part of it. That's just clipping we're hearing. It's definitely not sign folding. And it's not clipping either. What I'm hearing is, what's it called? It was by the people who did, any amp simulator will do, by the way. You could use a guitar amp, I'm thinking of a guitar amp running parallel, basically. Again, it would take too long to find the actual tone because there's too many guitar amps in existence, but it's that kind of thing. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the one by, I know it. Yeah, there we go. It's Topos, not Tolos. There we go. It's a great free distortion by the people who did Visco. There we go, already pretty close. We could be here for a long time exploring these. Get the classic. It's that kind of thing. You can hear the you can hear the drive on the original, but it's got some kind of speaker simulation on it as well, is what I'm hearing. A lot of low leakage as well. Low leakage. Take the filter off. Huh. I'm surprised we don't have more low frequencies coming out of this, to be honest. Normally from distortion, well, if we look at an EQ, you will find there's lots of... It was probably EQ'd afterwards anyway. I might just be hearing harsh amounts of EQ instead of a guitar amp speaker. But there you go. That's what you expect from distortion, all this extra subharmonic content. It sounds like they might have a like a shelf on. Anyway. It's got some kind of harshness, hasn't it? It might be a speaker. I think it's more of... Yeah. Sorry, I was on the wrong octave. Wrong octave. But yeah. Hopefully, Phil, that gets you close enough for jazz. Some kind of... Does that answer all your main questions about that sound? Supposed to answer your original question, I thought it might be a triggered envelope. No, you're right. It's definitely an LFO because of this section where they speed it up. You're not going to re-trigger the MIDI. I mean, it's possible. You could do that with an arpeggio. Just put the arpeggio in free time, re-trigger the note, and you could do it with an envelope. But the fact that it sounds held. Tiny bit of reverb, of course. I'd probably go with Tal. Yeah, that good? Close enough for jazz, really. I mean, you could, if you want to exact for whatever reason, you could probably get a match EQ out and dial in the tone. It's got some there's some panning going on as well. Oh, they've got that going on as well, actually. While we're here, second LFO, independent, set to the panning. Bipolar again, so it goes both sides. They've got that going on. Oops, sorry, that's not panning. That is... I've done the tuning. That's the panning. Yeah. And that's on free time as well. You have to put your spread back. Yeah. I have to do this post synth actually because the unison doesn't work the same. Anyway, but yeah, you get the idea. And you can modulate that independently of the. I shall save that as. Got a funky copter. Something like that. Oh, that's not. I'm not saving, am I? I'm. Here we go. Somebody remind me at the end to put that up as. I'll put that back in its original timing. I'll probably turn the panning down, something like that. Save. Overwrite. Anyway. All right, Dios. Have I tried ring mod sidechaining? Yes. Obviously, it's all the talk recently with compactor being. I've been experimenting more this whole month with compactor. In fact, on my last studio session on Thursday, we were giving it a good run through. I've decided why I don't like it for certain genres. So we had what was the reference? I can't remember what the reference was now. Anyway, it was kind of a Chris Lakey house thing. 125, 126 BPM kind of area, a bit bumpy, very groovy, and we were playing around with compactor versus normal Ableton stock compressor sidechain, and we did a big crank test at the back of the room where the bass kind of that's kind of how we judge. I'm lucky enough to have a really good room with a dedicated sub. And at the back of the room, we can kind of really judge it very well in terms of how it might turn out in a club. Both of the back corners, even though it's fully treated, the room is floating and it's just absolutely caked with rock wool in every corner. Actually built into the walls. So it's basically a diamond shape of a room almost. But the back corners still, as is the nature of physics, the bass all congregates in the corners. So we go to the back of the room, we crank it up at the end of the night, and we check the low end. And compactor, ring mod, sidechain. It's if you want low end groove, it's very bad for that, because it just gives you that same problem that a lot of people don't realize. If you go to a club and your side chains are so tight that there's no distinction between the bass and the kick, then in the club it's just one long drone. There's no groove down there, and that's fine for certain genres which need to be completely sub-led. So this is at the sub level, by the way, not upper bass. So at the sub level, certain genres swap to being sub led as opposed to kick led, right? They're usually less groove orientated genres, like dubstep, like bass, some bass house, some drum and bass, some of the harder drum and bass. That's all sub led stuff. So the kick ends up higher up in the register, what I call chest kick, probably around like your 80 hertz kind of area. So you let that punch through, but there's very little. It's a very short kick, and there's either no or little sidechain, because you either let it clip or it just doesn't matter. But for those kind of genres, and if you're pushing against the walls of loudness, that's where you ring mod sidechain, because you've already got long subs in the track. So your only groove is the chest kick, basically, at the low end. The actual sub frequencies aren't supposed to groove. That's just one big blast, and that's the idea of the genre, right? You want to shock people with the big, long boom. For house, techno, anything 4 on the floory, I would say bad idea, because you actually need some gap. When I sidechain on the compressor, this will be at least 30-50 milliseconds on the release, because I want some time after the kick is finished before the bass comes back in. You want some time. Actually gets harder to perceive the lower the frequency is, right? So this is the forever battle down there. Even if you have a like, if it was a higher frequency, 1 or 2 milliseconds would be a very detectable gap. But as you go lower and lower and lower in frequencies, as our hearing gets less precise, and as speakers get less precise, because there's inertia to the cones, right? They have to move physical air. Speed of sound obviously doesn't change, but you basically have to leave some gap if you want your kick to punch through independently, and you don't just want that long droning. So it depends on the genre. So yeah, I think ring mod sidechain thing is, it's if your genre is so plastered to the wall that distortion doesn't matter, and you want consistent a consistent drone down there, that's where you use ring mod sidechain. If you want any kind of groove, then I'd say use normal sidechaining. I hope that made sense to people. Anyone else had a similar experience, or in fact the opposite? Oh, thank you, Joseph, for the is that 5 Canadian? Hello, thank you. Looking to remake the bass from Virgie's Nostalgia. Seems pretty simple. Would you say it's the same bass as Locker's Sunshine? On Serum. Okay. Let's have a look. I am slower on Serum because I use it less and it does have a worse interface. But bear with. All the principles are the same. Serum 2, Serum 1. Actually, while I wait for you to answer, I'm just going to go and turn my a light on in this room. 1 second. So is Vital better than Serum? Only in terms of its interface. I think it's actually the more I study it, since I think its UI is faster, easier to understand, and it's quicker to make things on because it's just a better designed interface. In terms of features, some of its features were better, or it was more fully featured than the original Serum. I don't think it has anything over Serum 2 at all anymore. In terms of sound quality, it's neither here nor there. They're both absolutely fine. There's none of that. Serum 2, you said. Okay, cool. Right. I keep hitting my mug of tea with my mouse. It keeps clicking things. 1 second. Let me finish that off. I'll move it over there. Right. Can STFU do what Shaperbox does? Not really. Only volume, and it doesn't have any of the multiband options. Or Shaperbox is extremely comprehensive. It does a lot more than just sidechain envelopes. With STFU is like one single window from Shaperbox and only affecting volume. Shaperbox can use those envelopes to affect all manner of things and do it in a multiband fashion as well, and layer them. Shaperbox is like 1,000 STFUs that can all be sent to different types of effects and controls, and also multi-banded and things like that. So, yeah, so it's kind of a if you just want volume sidechaining, then yes, it's probably as comprehensive as Shaperbox, but it's just a volume envelope. Right. Let's bring up Virgin Nostalgia. Do I already have it? I've spelt Virgie wrong. Why do I always spell it with a G? I don't know why. Let's have a look. And the other one was, do I think it's the same as Locker's Sunshine? My poor little mini PC fan is going mental right now. It says it's 88 degrees on the CPU. Locker's Sunshine. Let's have a look at these two. Yes, Dan Worrell has done some great videos on shaping boxes. Yeah. Right, so this is Sunshine. That sounds like a Dorian 1/4. F sharp, which would make it F sharp minor, B major. Okay, so that's our chords we're dealing with. 1 and 4 in F sharp Dorian. Let's get the bass. Okay, so are we dealing with possibly 2 basses there? Okay, let's go to nostalgia. We found each other at the wrong Reese. Time. I was a burden to you. And I love no, they're not the same bass. But it's the same application. Not the same sound. So well, there's 2 basses there. You've got one standard Reese kind of vibe. The ones in the breaks, and then obviously you've got your drop one. So the break one is detuned, standard Reese. So you could the super simple version is put a couple of saws under a. Actually, you could put 1 saw under a filter. Pretty steep, like a 24, and detune with unison. Take some attack off. That was in F. So yeah, we need less less coming through here. This is all you do for your basic Reese. You can try and stabilize the low end, but I don't think he has. Does it have an octave? I'm not sure. It might have an octave in there. And the amount of the unisons doesn't seem... Yeah, hard to tell. Possibly a tad of resonance. It doesn't... I'm not sure about the... There's a fine line between too detuned and not. Anyway, that's the Reese is neither here nor there. The main difference to take note of between the drop and the break is that the drop bass is not detuned. So I would call this like, it's like they're both very similar, yeah. I think the Lockers one is actually done with 2 basses, but the principle is going to be the same. So you want it's like a sustained 808. So if you just take We got the standard. Yeah, this is the default, isn't it? Yeah. We just take a standard sine, or does it have a? We might have to warp it slightly, but we won't even need a filter here, and we will need a tack back. Not till it clicks, like that. And then we'll take a very quick second envelope for. You're going to need some. This is the 808 bit, which is a pitch envelope. I'm going to put this on, not fine tune. I'll probably go semis, like that. Why has it gone under? I want 0 to +12. I forgot they're bipolar by default on Serum. Anyone know how to stop them being bipolar? I don't suppose it matters. We could just put this up in octave now. Doesn't matter. So we basically, we're adding a drum attack to the beginning of this, which is a pitched. We quite a short decay, and we probably don't want it like all the way. It doesn't have to be 12. This is the problem with. Oh, I'm still detuned. Sorry. It's in the matrix page. Polarity. Hey, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. We don't need to do this anymore. And that means I don't have to have it as a... We don't need 12. We just need a few, really. Yeah. Crank it a bit, actually. Nope. Just the... Okay, so now do we need any... A little bit of distortion is going to be mandatory. What kind, I don't yet know. Nothing egregious. That's sounding okay. Come here. Let me so those oops. Do-do-do-dum. Those so we need, might have to do this with pitch tracking actually. Let me yeah, so what you're hearing in the higher octaves is let me show you it on MIDI actually. It's just ones and fives of the chord, as is often the case with these. So you get these little runs like this. The chord's F sharp, so 1 and 5 of F sharp, by the way, just so you know, C sharp and F sharp. It's this kind of thing. It's like, and then you get back down to your proper sub note. It's basically, that's basically what's going on inside of Sunshine. But the it's somewhat, I'm hearing I'm either hearing a clipping distortion or I'm hearing part square wave. I can't decide. Why aren't we? Definitely not rectifying, or I thought a clipper would have done it, but it's not. Getting there on the high notes. Let me just hear what the square would a filtered square would be. Ooh, that's kind of the sine wave I was looking for earlier. Maybe that. Oh, sorry. What am I doing? And then we're going to have to. We can use this envelope to spike. Actually, we might need. No, actually, let's do it on this one. Sorry. Let's take that one off. Because we want this to be slightly longer. Yeah, so I'm either hearing something like that, or maybe it's a not quite full square. I don't mean pulse width, I mean like a rounded square. Maybe off one of the analog, more analog-y. They got like a Moog square in there or something. Moog square, sorry. Got the classic analog sine. None of that. Let's just take a Juno. Have they got? Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. So it's either something like this. If it's not a sine, distorted sine, you'll still have to filter something. But yeah, I'm either hearing that. I'm definitely hearing some pitch. I'm hearing some. It sounds like an 808 basically being played high. As for Sammy's. That's got none of the 808 in it at all. I'm just hearing plain sub there. That's all I'm hearing. So you get rid of the pitch on the Sammy one. Alt Shift, the ring thing. On this end. Not changing anything for me. What was that for, Kane? Sorry. Shift Alt for. Was this before when I was asking? Sorry, I've only just looked down at the chat. Was this when I wanted to be not bipolar? Sorry, I'm just reading chat. What have I missed? What we're talking about? No filtering or FM needed. What? Someone's saying this might be an FM bass. Doesn't sound it to me. You can actually get some of those initial 808 type kick things with a little bit of FM on envelope, but the sustained waveform doesn't sound FM to me at all. So if anything, it would only be used for the attack portion. But I'm hearing that as a pitch envelope. Is that what we're talking about? Oh, we're talking about Reese. I've done 2 videos on Reese. The original was done with a kind of FM, if that's what you're talking about. Phase distortion, synthesis. Similar to FM. Oh, yes. Shift, click, and Alt to change polarity. Okay, cheers. Thank you. Shift, Alt. Ah, there we go. Yay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's right. Casio phase distortion. Yeah, sorry, back to nostalgia. It sounds... There are harmonics to that sub. It's not pure sine. The clue is when it goes into higher octaves. And I'm certainly not hearing any of this distortion or, square-like noise on... let's just turn this off for a minute. Am I hearing any? Oops. If it... this is probably too... It doesn't sound that different to just a slightly distorted sine wave to me. Where are we? Where are we? Like one of these. I've still got the pitch thing going on, haven't I? Let me just get rid of you. I have to learn the shortcut to delete the automation. If it does have some attack, it might have a slight amount of that, I'm not sure. But yeah, if you go with yeah, soft clip's fine. No filter needed. It's just going to be one of those. You don't really... If you're absolutely struggling for second harmonic clarity, this is going to depend on the key of your track. But you can always just add a sine an octave up and then just blend it in a little bit. You'll be able to hear this better on... You might need to swap to smaller speakers or test on like a virtual smaller speaker. But you're... So we've gone detuned. We turn this off. So here, where this is, because depending on the type of distortion, I thought soft clip would have given me a second. I suppose it wouldn't really. We might need to go Just tape. No, tape's the second harmonic as well. I'm looking for a distortion which gives me the octave. Most distortions give odd harmonic distortion, which is, we'll start on the second harmonic here. That sounds like it does. No. There's an octave. Rectify. Too much of an octave. That's pretty good. I was merge the filter in. Anyway, what I was trying to explain is there's multiple ways of getting. You'll know once your whole track's made and what key you're in and all that kind of stuff. What depends on what kick you've chosen, how long your side chains are, all that kind of stuff. You might struggle for first harmonic, which is this one, the octave above your fundamental. You might struggle for first harmonic clarity. Depends on what, like I say, what key you're in, what your intended destination audience is, what speakers, etc. But yeah, you can always just, if you can't find a reasonable distortion to do that, you can just literally add in one there. That's all you would need to do. But yeah, it doesn't sound like he's got a lot of that, if anything. Or it could just be a slightly wonky sine wave, analog sine, instead of a pure one with its own harmonics. Yeah, could be any of those things. But yeah, there's nothing particularly like difficult going on down there. Thank you for the question, Joseph. And the donor. Oh, thank you, Siebes. I missed that one. I think many people get sub bass. I think many people overthink sub bass. You hear a professional track and it's all like super deep and impressive, and you really can get it with just a sine wave or a sine wave and a bit of distortion. If you just if you've got a good monitoring environment, or if you haven't got a good monitoring environment, at least a good pair of headphones or something, you can use Span to just load the reference track. You should be able to find out where the sustained bass level is. You'll see it behind the kick. So the kick is the one on the move, obviously. So see this here? Now this is a bass guitar, so it's going to be first harmonic dominant, but if I was to bring in, let's just grab Virgie, you should be able to see where the sustained level is. If you just match it with the volume of your synth, you don't have to do any EQ or any special compression or anything. You just match the volume of your sine wave to theirs. Your bottom end, as long as your kick is obviously similar and your sidechaining's doing the right job, your bottom end will be in the ballpark of the reference track. Obviously, you need to make sure you're referencing at 0. I would recommend not turned down. So have your track the same level as the master track. Let me just save that Virgie track in there. Let that come down. Nostalgia.
We found each other at the wrong time.
There we go. You can see the first harmonics, sorry, the fundamentals flow. We got a fairly high kick, about 60. So as long as you match that, it doesn't look like we've got much of a second, a first harmonic. There was a reason I was hearing the clipping distortion. Looks like your next harmonic's about here. There. Obviously, you've got to account for sidechain, so it will come up after the kick. Yeah, so ignore what I was saying about the extra octave. It's not in there. That's not going to be in there. Just a sine plus some clipping distortion, probably soft clip. And some octave jumps and that little melody thing he does. Where are we? Doo-doo. That sounds like A flat to F. Wrong octave. Ooh-wee. Octave. Boom. One of those. Something, was it this? Anyway, just in case you wanted to know the notes, just that octaves of do is a 7/5, so it sounds like it's gone up an octave. So it's not that one; it's that one. Sorry, 7 is D sharp, back down to F. So it looks like that's your bass line. Actually, let's just extend, and you can see better. That's really all that's going on down there. Oh, sorry, I wasn't. We can literally just look here. Oh, we're already about the same level. And then we can judge that second harmonic. Sorry, yeah, it is second harmonic, sorry. Where we saw it on. So about minus 20-ish versus. Oh, sorry, it is higher. So about minus 10 on the fundamental. Oh, we're about there, yeah, sorry. And then this, that's about 10 dB. Huh. Getting there. Oh, I left the filter on, didn't I? Actually, probably needed. Could always catch it with that, and then does this allow for you can't track that filter, can you? Oh, of course you can track it with damn, where is it? Can someone tell me where? Oh, it is keys. Nope, that's someone tell me where note tracking is. On silence 2.
Did you think if you grew a YouTube channel?
Excuse me, clicked on the wrong video. Not Silence 2, sorry. Serum 2. I know it's in the matrix, but only for things that have already been automated. I need it as a source. Hosting. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There it is. Sorry. You can do it there. Find your harmonic. There you go. If you need more of that. Or again, you could just add another sine wave at that frequency, which is 1.5 octaves, which would be 19. Or 1 octave plus 7. That note. If you were struggling for volume on it, you don't have to do it with distortion. Anyway. Yeah. That's nothing mega special at all. Yes, a key tracking built in on the normal filter. Yeah, so I wanted it on the distortion filter. Anyway, sorry, I was looking at the screen for too long. What have I missed? Oh, Anthony, thank you very much. We've got another donation. Any in between? So Steve's had one. There's a discussion going on about phase synthesis and FM, I can see. What's Anthony asking? Do you have or will you have any vids on your mixing process? I've already kind of mentioned it, yeah. I mean, the mixing process is don't mix. In other words, if you watch my videos on how to not master, I've done 2 videos on that. That's kind of my philosophy in a nutshell. So it's about spending the time getting the sounds at the beginning. If you get those as good as possible, or well, I say good, there's no good or bad. It's just good or bad in context, right? I'm not talking about quality of sound or any of that nonsense. I don't think that it exists. Just get the sounds as close to your mix reference as possible in the same ballpark. Like I was just showing there with the bass, right? So if I want to make a track like this Sammy Virgi track, I'm going to go hunting for a kick that sounds as close to this as I can. Preferably I'll find the extended mix, which has the kick exposed at the beginning or the end, so I can hear it better. Sounds very dull, very pappy, very... I can see what frequency area I'm aiming for here. So we go searching for a kick. Very similar to that one. Everyone has seen me do this before on a live stream at some point, probably. I like a plugin called XO by what are they called? I keep forgetting their name. XLN. So all my kick drums in my library are in here. Well, not all of them. Probably not updated this for a few weeks, but it shouldn't take me too long to find anything similar to that. This matrix is like dark to bright, short to long. So if I want short and dull, they're up here. That's not a million miles away. In terms of flavor, whatever that is. Put that in there. But yeah, to mix this low end like this Sammy Virgi track, I just make sure I get the sidechain good. I've already picked my bass out, sine wave. We've gone overboard on the distortion, haven't we? Actually, you can hear we're cancelling out, so we must be close. Anyway, all I have to do is sidechain that off my newly chosen kick, And that's it. The bass end is done. That's a hard bit. I've matched the levels to the mastered track. Then it's just about picking the rest of the sounds which I want from other references, or that's it. I will not touch this apart from for sections where I need the low end removing, you know, the EQ cut DJ style. I will not EQ this bass or compress it, or other than, you know, it's just going to get sidechained off the kick, and that is my low end mixed, and then the rest is just volume balancing. I'll probably sidechain lots of other stuff so it bounces with the groove. Make sure stuff is you keep stuff out of the low end. That's about it, really. Have I shared my span settings? I don't know if I have. The main difference, the way I would recommend you you have it set how it makes sense to you. But in terms of visuals, I see it like this. So for me, I've got some. I'm currently monitoring through HD25s, old Sennheiser DJ headphones. So they're not exactly flat, but the way I have it set up in my studio as well is that the bass does sound dominant. I mean, it's bass music, right? It's dance music. So I hear it just like I see it here, which means I have the slope at 0. I don't have any slope compensated. I think the default is 3, which is less intuitive to me. That makes all frequencies look about the same as long as they're similar energy. But, well, not similar energy, similar level, different thing. I have mine set to more like pink noise kind of calibration. So stuff at the same energy looks like it's a slope, which is kind of how it works in physics. You know, low end takes up a lot more space than tops do. So I have it set to a slope of 0. Frequency range of human hearing, 20 to 20. Low end doesn't need to be anywhere below 96, which is 16 bits. Absolutely plenty. You're not really going to hear stuff below 60, never mind 90, but especially in music this busy. Block size is as high as your CPU can handle it. I find it gets too choppy above 8,000. I don't know if that's built into the plugin. I'm not sure if it's got a frame rate limiter in because it has like a CPU cap, or whether that's just my computer. This gives you more precise low end, particularly. But my frame rate is tanking. Well, all the plugins' frame rate is tanking. I'm not sure. So when I don't need to be accurate, I just leave it on about 4,000, and I'm looking at the real-time max, not the average. If you look at the peak frequencies, the max, then you can see. Obviously, you can identify your kick drum versus your sustain sound. So I've just got it set up how I hear it, basically. And I recommend you do the same. If it makes sense to look at as you're hearing it as much as possible, that's where I recommend you should set it. The other thing is your reverse release time. So this is at 50 milliseconds. And a little bit too chaotic, that for me. I have it set around 300. That's just habit. That comes from the VU days. VU meters would be averaged to about what they call an integration time of 300 milliseconds, which is, they used to say, was closest to the human ear. I don't know if that's true, but it makes sense to me to look at about 300-ish. So slope of 0, max of 0 decibels, low end at 16-bit threshold, which is 96. And because I don't do high sample rates, no need. I just cap it at 20K. 22K if you want to be precise. There you go. There's your actual Nyquist red line. 22.2. Sorry, 22.05. That's all it is. The main one is the slope for me. The slope changes how I... yeah, HD25s, they're not flat at all. They're just... But they're plenty detailed enough as a... I'm lucky enough to have good rooms, though. So swapping to HD25s is... I mean, it's good for DJ music. They're a good DJ headphone for a reason. They're also extremely lightweight, so if you need to wear them for a long time, that helps. And they last for about 30... Well, mine have lasted more 20 years now, so just replace the pads every now and then. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. As long as you know, whatever you're wearing, as long as you know them well, you just have to use them for a long time. Basically, I don't really think there's any... I used to have Bayer Dynamic DT770s, didn't like them. Basically, HD25s were just the first ones that made sense to me, so I kept them, and I've stuck with them for a long time. But I think it's just how long you spend with them. We have another donation, 5. Hello from... sorry, just to finish off Anthony's question on mixing. Yeah, I don't really... The whole point is just get the sounds right, and then you don't have to mix. Believe it or not, that's literally the philosophy. So I do very little mixing because my ear training is all on identifying sounds, identifying frequencies. So, but if you just reference a lot more, would be my main mix tip. Find 2 or 3 tracks which you know work in the destination that your track needs to be, i.e., club, Spotify, whatever you destinate, with the same audience, obviously, same genre. If you're referencing low end, make sure the track you're referencing is in a very similar key, preferably not 1 or 2 semitones away. So if your track is in G, don't be referencing tracks in C or D because your low end will be completely different. Try to reference something also in G or A or F or in F sharp, G flat, F sharp, same thing. Hopefully that makes sense. That's literally the mixing philosophy. I haven't done a video on exclusively any mixing process because I don't really have one, because the philosophy is to do as little as possible. The mixing process is get the sounds right at the start. I have people DM me all the time asking if I will mix their tracks. And I've told them I can't really... They're never going to get... If they like the sound of my tracks, let's just pick a random, right? Just give you a quick example. I'll just pick something. I've been doing a lot of chill out stuff recently, so that's not really going to change. That's all. That's older stuff. I've gone back too far. Let me get a recent example. I can't see my... There it is. My mixdown folder's too big. I can't see the... What would be a good, I don't know. I don't know what a good mix is in terms of what I put out. This is all the soulful disco stuff. What would stuff people class as a good mix? Old Metallica techno.
Please don't call me up no more.
Pop. Chill.
I'm falling down.
Did that ever go out? I don't remember that one going out. This is all very old again. Hang on. Just trying to find something normal, housey, techno-y. Okay, so that's a rumble. I'm just trying to give it. Is that if you think this sounds good by any chance? I honestly can't judge it anymore. I just do my thing, and I'm so practiced at it now. I don't really spend that much time on the mix. That's the other problem as well. The main reason I don't advise people spend too much time on mixing is if you can't hear it, you can't adjust it, right? So it's this paradox of if you're new and you're trying to mix, you're not going to do a good mix. It's as simple as that. Referencing will help you a long, long way, and you'll probably get you close enough to the ballpark for it to work. But I just don't recommend you spend that much time on it other than making, just concentrate on making better music, I would say, and picking your sounds is a much more productive area to be concentrating on, right? Because what happens is, the longer you do it, the mix frequency stuff, your ears will train anyway. Mess around with an EQ for long enough, figuring out what frequencies you can hear, or maybe go to a website like the Sound Gym ones, where you can do the EQ guessing game, that kind of thing. As long as you actively listen and try to figure out what's going on in a sound, what music is happening, whether it's chord, whether it's notes, whether it's what frequencies are the hi-hats at versus the sibilants of the vocal, all those kind of things. As long as you spend time actively listening, your ears will train over time, and then it just happens gradually and naturally. You'll just get better anyway. It's not something you have to, in my opinion, super concentrate on, because it's actually the least important part. Pauser has taught us that we don't need to do good mixes for them to go off in a club, right? So it's more about whether it sounds fresh. I mean, what was the track of the summer? Versatile, right? Let's not have it wrong. Where is it? I'll just bring it up on. Everyone's rinsing this track in house circles, which is just an old sample anyway. I've forgotten the track they sampled, but the whole point of it is it sounds like super 90s. There it is. Organ bass, organ star bass. It's a bit of a cluster F, to be honest, in terms of they've put too many sounds in, but it totally works because it sounds, it's more about the aesthetic. It sounds different to everything else out at the moment. For me, the kick's not hitting where it should, but it doesn't matter. The groove's working. Good enough. So concentrate on the track, not the mix, is what I would say. Just get your sounds right and then reference a lot. In fact, reference while you're picking your sounds, and then you'll be fine. Right. I've said that plenty of times. What's Hunter asking? How do you make the lead from MPH's remix of I'm Not Alone? Let's have a look, shall we? No, is it Olive Not Alone? I can't remember. Anytime I hear the words Not Alone, obviously you got to think of Olive. Oh, sorry, Calvin. That one. Which sound, Hunter? Is it that one? You can hear a lot of polyphony limiting on that one. Talk about the main the 1 3 6 4 5 6. I'm actually singing the melody and singing the numbers of the bass note there. Two different things. Yeah, let me know, Hunter. That pre-drop sound, yes. Okay. Yeah, it's from the original, isn't it? It's not... Is it a recreate? So it's detuned saws with noise. Very phasey. Is that detune coming from chorus or is that coming from unison? That's the question. And there's some polyphony limiting, so the notes don't go on for too long. You can tell they've sampled it because it chops off and the reverb stops. But yeah, we don't need anything fancy. Again, it's always saw waves. If in doubt, saw wave. It's probably high unison to get that phasey sound. Am I hearing any octaves? Apart from the strings and everything. Right, what's the line? Let's just program the line quickly because it matters to get the sound right, in my opinion. Well, I find it makes it easier for me. Let's just get the what key is it? It starts on 4, 5, 6 of what key? Yeah, solo. Monitor. D sharp. So the low end is starts on sorry. Is where we start. Okay. Let's do that. Obviously, this is not the sound. Oops. Let's get rid of that. Do, 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 do. 1, 2. Do, 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 do. And then it's let's get rid of this. Do, do, do. It's 1, 3, 6. Do, do, do. And it was a 6, 6, 7. That's the bottom end. Let's do the melody. Do, 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 do. It sounds like 5, 7, 1. Yeah. Do, 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 do. So let's keep this rhythm. These notes are actually going to probably be shorter. I can hear a lot release. So 7, 5, 7, 1. And it's da, da, da. Do is 3. So 1. And then what's the end? Da. So again, okay. Right, so first of all, we want randomization on. Let me drop all the note lengths on this because I think it's a lot of it's done with release. Probably a bit of that. I'm either hearing, it's either the unison that's creating the noise, or I am hearing separate noise of some kind. I'm going to put my noise through filter 2 so I can high pass it, because I don't know if I need filter 1 yet for the main sound. I can hear. Let's just throw some reverb on. Right, is there any other notes in between? I'm either hearing, there's definitely a polyphony limit on either 2 or 4 voices. Right, now I'm hearing an octave. I might be hearing an octave, you know. That's a faint one. Maybe it's not fully random. I can hear a chorusing, like a phasing. Maybe it is chorus instead of unison. It's happening in the highs. Obviously, we've got to can't tell if the that end is all noise in the reverb or if it's lots of relief. Or maybe there is no noise and I'm just hearing an EQ. No. All right, I can hear the rest of the notes now. So there's the rest of the chord. What else? No. Oh, he's just droning it, yeah. Obviously, no, all the low ends are. Yeah, I can hear the octave. It's just... something in that area. Yeah. Anyone else got thoughts? You're hearing OTT compression. You might be right there. That might be where the sustain's coming from. That way we don't need noise. Bit of that in. I think you're right there, subspace. Yep. A little bit of squish, isn't there? Multi-band squish. I think that's why I'm hearing all that sustain and noise. You're right. You messed up, your song is in B minor. That doesn't really matter in terms of the riff. It will change your reference in terms of your low end, though, Hunter. Oh, you mean in terms of trying to recreate it? D sharp is a very low note. It's like, depending on how the bass kicks in. Let me just double check how his remix went. So that sound is that sounds very triangle or square or somewhere in between on a swung arp or gate, playing the riff, the higher octave, with a very tight delay echo on it. So it's like a Reese bass thing, isn't it? Reese pad bass. Yeah, so he's not actually going to the low D sharp, so sorry, he goes down to it there, doesn't he? Boo, boo, doo. Briefly. Let's get the vocal. Yeah, so we had to keep the progression. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it will affect your low end if you're trying to reference some of those bass notes, but depends how you write the track or what you. B is quite high versus D sharp, but his track isn't doing a very deep bass thing most of the time, so you shouldn't be too bad referencing that. Oh, your reference. Yeah. You had a reference track at B. Yeah, good swing on MPH. I would estimate from hearing it, it's at least 66% or thereabouts. At least 60, I mean. Sorry, yeah, probably nearer 66. Very shuffly, that one. Yeah. Good point. Cook said my pedal tone, the drone tone, was standing out too much. You can always just turn on velocity sensitivity or velocity tracking on your synth and just turn those down. Like that. Such is the nature of phase cancellation. Depending on the rate of your chorus, detune amounts, unison, etc., you might find certain notes actually stick out more than others. They might just happen to be a coincident frequency, one of the harmonics. So something to bear in mind. Yeah, you could always just do it with velocity. How do you make swing in those melodies? You mean the top bits? You mean the other bits, the swing? I would, the lazy version of me would just take, let me just initiate this. Whoops. Actually, I could save this, can't I? Calvin is not alone because it's a very common sound. What was I going to do? Yeah, just initiate sound, initialize preset. If you take it sounds to me like it's taken this riff, we've gone up an octave. Probably going to have to put a filter on because it's not, I'm not hearing the full square buzz. Like I say, it sounded somewhere between a triangle and a square. I'll just mimic it for now. We don't want the low end either. For now. To get the swing, well, the lazy version would go to the gates by A1 free trigger gates. Just have it trigger 16ths swung. And then you get some. Let me listen to it again. Sounds like it's either got a flanger or a. I think it's just a tight chorus. Whoops, that's not a chorus. Let's just tighten this up. Not all of the highs. And then after that, you would put the echo on. It's either triggered with an ARP or it's probably triggered with an ARP, to be honest. Actually, let me just try that. The problem with Ableton's ARP is it's not swingable. Well, you don't get to choose the amounts. Oh, actually, I tell a lie, we're in Ableton 12 now. Did they add proper swing controls to this thing? Chord trigger. Are you in Ableton, by the way, Hunter? Have we got proper swing? I've not used this yet. Groove. No! It's still got the old swing method. Oh, terrible. I think the gate sounds better. Put some release on. Let's take some of the harshness off. It had a very tight delay on it, didn't it? Not in tempo. Let's go ping one. Set the gate off. It's like a slap delay kind of thing. Highs only. Yeah, that kind of blip blip. I think I had that on it. That might come after the trigger though, like yeah. I would rather do it with an ARP, but Ableton's groove options are. You could always record this output into a MIDI track and then manually swing it with your groove options down here. That's going to mess up my ARP if I do that. But yeah, it's a shame. You'd need longer. Yeah, if you're triggering from there, you would need. Anyway, that's. Put the delay on afterwards. Bit of reverb, probably. That's kind of all that's going on. You might need to envelope the filter. I don't know. It doesn't sound like it's. It doesn't sound like there's a lot on there if there is at all. But anyway, that would be the general way I would do it. Preferably the long way around, not the quick, the lazy way would be just to convert this into 16ths. Like, you probably just do it in doubles, won't you? I won't do it for the whole thing, but this would be the idea. That's all the ARP's doing. And then you can actually properly swing it with your proper groove options here. That's how I would do it. But yeah, I can't tell if it's an audio gate or a MIDI ARP that's doing the triggering, but those are your options. You could try both for your own track. Yeah, I'm looking for. Does anyone know of a good like third-party ARP, like a preferably a free plugin, obviously. Oh yes, that's not a bad shout actually. P. Antonio, Anthony. Hang on, let me. Antoniotti. Okay, sounds Italian. Forgive me for that butchering of your name. Yeah, it could be the clip function in Serum too. You're right. It could be something like that. Or just the ARP in Serum. Yep. Blue ARP subspace. Let me just have a quick look at Blue ARP. I've heard of it. I think I remember the interface. It's quite old, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's that one. Yeah. Now this reminds me of. It looks just like a plugin from the early 2000s. Blue ARP. In fact, have I downloaded this in the past? Have I downloaded that in the past? Plugins. I own it. Here we go. I know everyone's saying it's probably Serum. Oh, hang on. It looks like it's going to replace. Okay, so it's not a pure MIDI plugin. It's classing itself as an instrument. So I need to put it as an instrument and then send it to the input of Vital here. Let me label this so I can see what I'm doing. Set them in. Whoops. Yes. This horrendous interface. Okay. We've got gate time here, swing. However, it's monophonic. Does it have a chord mode? Let's have a look. I'll order by pitch, truncate defaults, range, missing key substitution, steps. It seems to be doing number of chains, got bank switching, force to scale. That's nice to know. Force to scale, I like it. ARP latch, no, we don't need that. Missing keys transpose, none. Input range, trigger mode, passive. No ARPing. As played, that's just the order though, isn't it? As for the sequence mode. Also, isn't it? I take it this starts to behave rhythmically if we don't do this. Yeah, okay. Subspace, does it have a polyphonic mode? It has swing, a percentage swing, which is good. Force to scale all keys, restart on. So it's 0 to 50% swing, which is interesting. Hello, Real Talk. Stock Logic is pretty good. Yeah. That's when you got those modes pass through. Input range, input Quantize tolerance. I mean, it's not like it's not doing its job. The point of an arpeggio is to split it. Chord triggering is not technically arpeggiation, so you see chord is so old it doesn't have operation mode. We're getting through. Wait. Oh, wow. Hello, Red King. Thank you for the £20. Wow. Thank you. How do you get a saw lead to sound like the lead from Kukuma Virtual Experience? 146, 7 minutes on the full track. Okay, we'll have a look at that. Very generous of you. Thank you. Chord at the top left of the graph. He's saying this is the graph, the sequencer graph. Oh. Hey, thank you. Yep, it's that. Thank you, Subspace. So there we go. Okay. Looks like that's a possibility, isn't it? And we can put that back on. Bit of herb. Whoa. Heavy sidechain, heavy... Tighten up the envelope on the thing. Like I said, I don't know if it was flanger or a very tight chorus. I could hear some kind of slow phasiness, cancelling the high frequencies out. So maybe a bit of both. Who knows? Anyway, that will get you into that area. Oh, stream down. Oh, did we lose stream there for a second? Did we lose stream? No? Did everyone see me tighten the envelope? Okay, good. Right, let's have a look at Red King's request. Kukuma, virtual experience. Still got these hiccups. Okay, 7-minute mix. There it is. And it was 146 in. Oh, okay. Right. So, oh, this is a good one. I don't think that is a saw wave. Well, the result isn't a saw wave, is it? So how do we croak? Croaks normally start with a square. There's a resonant. So we've got resonant filter plus distortion a la acid normal sound. Ooh, this is yeah. Inamono said sounds like a 303. You're in the right area, definitely. I'm definitely going to use some of those processing. By the way, Inamono, I did see your earlier question, sorry, just before Red King donated. Let me quickly answer that. How much do I normally charge for ghost producing? There isn't a standard rate. No. It depends on what their budget is, whether you can do it in the time, all that kind of stuff. It's whether it's a buyout contract or whether it's royalties, or there's all kind of different ways you can negotiate that. Because of course you have to have the argument about people need to understand what they're paying for. Obviously in terms of legally, but also you have to have the argument about how long it takes you versus how much you charge. Because I'm so experienced, I can do most things in a few hours. So I charge I charge a lot per hour for that compensation, because that's what I've worked for the last 25 years toward, right? So as long as you have that communication with them and they understand and they think that's value for them. So yeah, what I wouldn't recommend is setting any prices per session. Like, don't set £3,000 per track or anything like that, because what's going to happen is they will ask for 20 different revisions over the next 6 months, and you're going to waste time tweaking things that don't matter to their satisfaction for no extra cash, right? So that's the one thing I wouldn't recommend, is charging per track. But yeah, I would set an hourly rate, and I would work it out based on whether it's I mean, you need to work out what you want and what they can afford, basically. That's all the negotiation is. I would recommend, like, lots of things depend on, do you have a pension? Do you have savings? Do you have investments stowed away? Do you have assets? Do you own your house? Because if it's no to most of those questions, I would say make sure you get royalties in the deal. So you have some kind of pension, some residuals coming in as time goes on, just in case it's a hit, or just, trickle plays, etc. Either on the writing or the mechanicals, or both. I usually try to get both. And for that reason, I don't take on a lot of remix work, because that doesn't pay mechanical royalties. Sorry, that doesn't pay publishing royalties. Sorry. See my video on copyright if you're confused between publishing and mechanical. But yes, let's get on to Red King. So, was your specific request like a challenge? Do you want me to get the saw wave to sound like that? Was that what you or were you joking, the fact that I said things are always saw waves and that one clearly isn't? What was the was it a challenge, or were you just joking about the actual? You just want me to find out how to get that noise. It's a good one, isn't it?
Desperation.
I could do the noise just before it. We could do that one easy, can't we? Sine wave plus reverb. Right, what's our what key we in? I can hear it's notes 1 and 5. F. Could do that one. Just be.
You have now accessed phase 1. Desperation.
Oops, excuse me. Desperation. I like that. Right. Oof. I'm going to start. Who was talking about phase distortion earlier? Let's get the line in. So it's low F to octave and then note 3, isn't it? I can hear. It sounds like, I don't know which octave it is. It sounds like this. Obviously, we need to be a lot faster than that. These are the wrong drugs. Oh God, it's like 150. What is it higher than 150? This is a lot of speed. Literally. Something like that. I had a little did-do-did. Let's take the reverb off a minute. Does it have reverb on? Yeah, of course it does. Of course it does. Let's just leave that one actually. So it's high pass. There's a flat resonant filter on it. I don't know if it's parallel. Let's choose the acid filter for now. Where is it roughly? It's like the major third. It's about there, I can hear. Is it actually tracked? It doesn't sound like it's tracked. So I'm guessing it's parallel then. Anyway, is it? How do we get the croak? So my first instinct is some kind of maybe it's not key track. It's that. Oh, hang on. Oh. That's just phase. Oh, is it pulse width? Am I hearing modulation on pulse width? Yeah, as Nate was saying, buyouts they usually result in not a lot of residuals. That's phase distortion. What about just amplitude? It would be key tracked if it was don't think it's either of those. Right, okay. Our filter self-resonating. Obviously got to put distortion as well while I'm here. Something probably clipped. We'll just use this one for now. Let me, which way would it be? Let's go that way round. I just saw that. It's definitely, yeah, there's definitely a low, that's why I'm trying, Nate. Yeah, I agree. There's some low frequency thing. That's why I was trying to, an octave below key tracked, but what's it tracking? Let me try pulse width. It's not pulse width because it's not. Or is it? Is it just heavily distorted? Pulse width. Or is the pulse width the modulator? Am I just overthinking it? Trying Got to get that pitch right on the resonance. Where are we going now? He's kind of This is where we need Serum too, because I need to blend the filters down. Maybe it's a squeeze. It could be yeah, it's, and then we need, let's let me finish it off with some proper, like, what was it, Topos? Let's go back to that distortion again, because that had the tube screamer in there. Let's get Tal doing the cheap reflections. That's interesting. Whoops. It's just a case of finding a distortion for the next 2 hours. Whatever pedal they happen to put it through back in the day. How old is that track? It's not too bad. Oof. The DC offset must be horrendous. It can't handle it without the filter on. Oh yeah, there we go. By the way, when feeding into a distortion, be careful of what if you've got DC offset or any extraneous low frequencies. It affects the distortion a lot. Anyway, that's kind of, yeah, I'm not sure it is. I was hearing, like Nate, I was hearing some kind of interference from intermodulation distortion, which would be something either running an octave below or and then interacting with it via ring modulation, FM, or phase distortion, but those weren't working out. Maybe it is just, if you think about the older synths, that kind of stuff was a lot less possible anyway. So maybe it is just a heavily pinched pulse width modulated square, or should I say just pulse width squeezed square through a lot of distortion and a resonant filter. Something along those lines. It's a cool noise anyway. You'd FM the filter subspace, would you? I was hearing, like I said, with Nate. Do we need a third filter involved then? Because this one's definitely static. Or are you saying you're hearing it on that? You're hearing on... There we go, bipolar on one of these. Oh, I've gone random. Whoops. Oh, you're hearing it on... Not sure. Obviously going to be dependent on what we... Get rid of some of the resonance with the... That could certainly be in there, and then... Where's the volume on this thing? Oh. Obviously any differences here get multiplied, so... Apply it to a few places. Anyway, yeah. volume, of course. But yeah, lots of options. Doesn't seem to match low down, that's the thing. The lower octave doesn't behave like the croak when you start modulating. But yeah, we could be here all night trying to figure out what the... By Seebs, by Red King. Thank you very much for your donos. Have a good evening. Yeah, I'll be it would be a good, that'd be a good sound to automate. Phil wanted me to make a track with the other thing as well. Maybe we should do a track with that and the Wamp Wamp. What would it be? It's got to be techno, right? Hi, A2K77. We were just... playing around trying to recreate Kukuma's virtual experience. Sounds like this. That one. Yeah, I'm not hearing this amount of modulation. Where were we earlier? Actually, maybe it's just same octave. Maybe it's just same octave. That might be it, actually. Kind of area. Right, bear with me. I'm just going to pop to the bathroom. You may muse among yourselves. Let me leave on a random, yeah, that thing. Oh, it sounds so slow. Back in a minute. Right, I'm back. Oh, you're hearing everything at once. That's what a wonderful sound. Right. Okay. Actually, it is quite similar to that, isn't it? We'd need the resonance to track with it, I think. Or change over time. I accidentally played Crazy Frog. I mean, Axel F. Right, so we're going to make a track. It's going to have to be a quick one because I want to go and eat in about 30 minutes. So I'm thinking we need rumble kick. Actually, just let me listen. Stevie Wonder cover, yeah. It does sound quite clavey, doesn't it? I'm not as funky as Stevie. Listen to the rest of this track and oh, so they do change the resonance. Classic 909 yeah. Oh, and then we go capella. Okay. Does it go back to the acid? Oh, good. And with breaks, of course, with breaks. Oh, we got time for all that. Well, the octave bass is easy. Octave sub. I don't know if I want to do an octave sub. Let us find. We're not going to find that under trance, are we? Because everything that's trance in here is the modern, not hard trance. Yeah, oh yeah, Roik Sop. It's also a bit like what's the one they did with Robin? There was they did like 3 mixes of a track they did with Robin. Monument. Sounds like sounds like a little bit of the type of bass line for Monument. Well, we've got it. Let me save the sound. Let's call it the Kakuma Croak. Lead. Something like that. Instruments, we want drums, genres. Let's just grab. I think we're going to find it more in techno than we are in trance. Actually, is there hard trance in here? Let me go back to genres. We don't want hard style, definitely not. No, because they put trance on the pop EDM because the only trance on here is all, yeah, I think we need to go, it's all distorted 909s with rumbles anyway. Loops. Actually, no. Okay, well, let's. I tell you what, BPM. Let's just keep this above. Something like that. Well, I already own that one, so let's just drag that one in. That's a pretty standard safe top loop of 16ths. That's a good what I call a knicker-knacker. It's a good pace picker-upper. Oh, talking about pace. Right, we just need to find some kicks. None of that. I already know I don't want that pack. This is supposed to be one shots. Hello? Is it broken? Is it because the tempo's been fixed? Well, we don't need a 909. It's not a bad kick. I already own it. It's not what I was after. There's your 909 top. Ooh. There's your hard. Kind of not bad. I should just be searching for kicks, shouldn't I? This isn't bad. What's it? F sharp. I think it's in F. I think I got that wrong. Oof. The dirty vinyl cut on that one. There's the smacker. Are we that hard? I don't think we're that hard, are we? Oof. Oh, it's a shame that's not longer. Plenty with the right bottom ends, but none of the flavour of the top. There's the flavour, but none of the bottom end. Need to find the magical one that's got both, because I really can't be bothered going through the rigmarole of combining. Bottom end's done for you there. Oh, why are there no combinations of both? Oof. It's not the flavour I want, but it is hard and it does have the low end. Maybe I could filter it off, EQ it out. That one in A wasn't that bad, but it's... That in F, maybe? I think it might have to be. We're running out of time. It'll have to be that thing. I think it has to be that. What you need to do, I actually have kick 2 or kick 3 on me actually. Oh, did I not buy it? Yeah, I don't know if that would be any quicker. I suppose we could make one. If I wasn't trying to do a track in about 30 minutes, then maybe we would play around with kick 2. I suppose, well, I presumed I would find one quicker in Splice is what happened there. Normally you do. We don't need much more past halfway, do we? So let's just do this for now. Let's take velocity sensitivity off, so we're at 0. And we're going to go. Does it have the low end I want? Oh, sorry. There we go. That'd be why. I was like, what? What happened to that low end I heard? Right. Standard. Octave. I'm already panicking about what I've got that riff so stuck in my head now. My reference is going to be way too close. I need to think. I do want to make a kind of Prodigy thing. Maybe I'll just go more Prodigy with it. Bass, we'll just do this for now. Wrong octave. Let's put some envelope on it and let's just go. Is that too low? Are we? I think because our kick isn't long enough. I'm actually. Do I do a separate sub with that doesn't switch? Or do I just keep it on? Is it so masked? I don't know what to do. Right. Let's at least get the loop going. I don't like how everything's blue because I'm in the group. Need to turn that off at some point. Peak. Can't be bothered drawing curves right now, so let's just. Oh, turn it. Let me quickly hear a sub. Just doing, then I can put that one on the octave. And then we'll just, can't be bothered drawing waveforms, so we'll just do filter. I've gone the wrong way, haven't I? Yeah. Something around there, probably. Let's put a tiny bit of attack on this thing. Sidechain that one properly. No. Something like that. Still sounds high. Maybe now I've got that one high passed, I can throw in a dirty low octave. Don't know. Let's just test with things for now. We don't have a backbeat, do we? I don't fancy a backbeat. Lying. Chewing my lips off. What else we got here? Oh. I don't mind the backbeat in that. Nine. Still need the offbeat. The compressor is doing the side chain. Yeah, there's no normal compression happening. Emir. Sorry, I will be missing a lot of chat right now because I'm just going to try and squeeze something out before I go and eat in about 15 minutes. Let's do the classic. Dig it. I'll do. I thought I was leaking a lot more lows than it was. Right, you're way too busy. I don't want the mids out of that thing. Did we sidechain? Yeah, probably sidechain you. That sub is flapping. Probably way too high, but let's just... Actually, is there such a thing as too high a sub in hard trance? Let's right, let's find a I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Take drums off, techno. Find a lead line. Just because I'm blank. Get some influence from how about one bar? We'll do a turnaround. We're not loud enough. Too musical to do a 6/5. Yeah, it's too musical. Frisian, maybe. No. Maybe. Got to think about what's going to be good on its own without the drums as well. I do want lots of long notes so I can play with the resonance as well. That's not too bad. I'll leave it there for now. Let's get we just transplant that onto what's going on here? Oh, that was feeding that, wasn't it? I don't mind that. That'd be nice with a dub delay, I think, actually. With some let's do the tape delay. And we got some kind of build in for the minutes. Maybe I'll morph it from I'll stick that on afterwards. Monophonic. delay. Where am I? Racks. Speed. Getting there. We still want the crap tal verb. That's getting there. Take some high string. I should have one ready to go. No. Yeah. It's too stereo. It needs to sound more 90s. We didn't have the sample space for stereo in the 90s. There we go. The reverb can give it the stereo. Snare build. Where do I have them? 16 bars. I just need to find a... This is 808. Yeah, I need I know where thingy. Let's go straight to Thomas Penton. One of the first snares is here we go. Oh, it's even in F, that'll do. Do we want filter on velocity? Oh, we're not using, hang on. There we go. This is all, yeah. Oh my God, that's a difference. And then we got to do one kick and crash. Forgive the order of everything. Normally I have my drums at the top. Speaking of Thomas Penton, crash number 1. Sounds like a classic 990 type. Right, that'll do, actually. Actually, I just heard, there's my 909. I heard they, I can kind of hear the crash or ride pattern for, that needs to be double that. 909. Let's ride. Yeah. Let's just do something like. There's a pickup pattern. Blood rave. Right, now we need to do Yeah. All the good stuff. So we'll have that on macro 1. You could be macro 2. Fine line on that one. I think the F might be. Not sure. But yeah, that's the basis of a. Oh, so I said I was going to merge the. Smudge. Done. What's its name? Blood Rave. We'll call it Blood Rave, eh? Shall we, Amir? Or is that something else? Not even done the echoes yet on the main sound. Oh, thanks, Red King. You're very welcome. Thank you for the donation and the suggestions and the quiz. Yeah, that was it's a good one. I always forget how to make croakers. Thanks to Subspace Witch for helping me dial it in as well, and the rest of you, Nate. All kinds of possibilities. Good riff, bit of automation, done. Wicked, thank you, everyone. I'm going to go and get some food. You're from, is that Israel flag? I can't see. It's very small on my screen, sorry. But welcome and thank you for stopping by. Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, Cook. Thanks, Antoine. Thanks, Amir. Thanks, Ray. Sorry if I missed questions while I was tweaking. I'm not tweaking in that way, I promise. Anyway. Sorry, yeah, there was a bunch of questions I missed. If you want your question answered, just wait for this video to be uploaded and put your question in the comments there. It should be up in a few minutes after this stream ends, and I'll get to your questions in the comments. Unfortunately, I can't see the comments from the live stream once the video has well, I can, but I would have to scroll through all 4 hours of the video. But yeah, so if you've got a burning question from this stream, put it in the comments below once the video is uploaded, and I will see you next week. And I've still not decided on next week's video, by the way. So anyone who has any burning questions, maybe I'll make the video about your question. So get your questions in. Thank you, Mihai. The next live is this time again. It's the last Sunday of the month, 6 p.m. GMT is when I go live once a month on the last Sunday, and then there should be a video every weekend in between. Thank you, Mr. Hopkirk. Right, let's let that one, I think we'll put that under filter and we'll just send it out. Good night.